and also ideas. The uniqueness and potential, the uniqueness and the potential of human factor play a crucial role in finding ways out of economic crisis and difficult situations. That's why we have the managers. No matter what happens, they'll be able to navigate around it. People like the CEO of IBOM, I'm sure he does that regularly on a daily basis. Human factor also helps us to innovate, increase competitiveness, improve management system, introduce effective mechanisms to mitigate risks and dangers, and salient one, security. Here regulations mandate periodic recalibration, like I mentioned earlier. Like the examples of aircraft checks, A, B, C, D, of equipment used in commercial air transport for safe operations. And the airworthiness certificate is the assurance to the traveling public that the aircraft is as good as when it's rolled out of the factory. The director of airworthiness, I saw him just now. Where is he? Victor. Okay, all right. That's what they do regularly anyway. And so when you board an aeroplane, that certificate you see on your left when you board, that is the airworthiness certificate, telling you who have paid your added money that this aircraft is as good as when it left the factory. Unlike other industries, the personnel also are also recalibrated, like I mentioned earlier. If you consider the cost of these two, it makes aviation so unique because it eats up the cost, eats up profit. So that is why the profit margin in the airline business and most aviation is, apart from the MRO, is a lot better. Captain Georgie knows that. They make more money from the MROs than the airlines. But with the airlines, the top margin is so thin that profit, and that is why somebody came up here, he was asking for, he was pleading with the SCA to reduce costs, to reduce the charges. Now, who owns this human factor? The first person that did that was Sir William Petty in 1690. He theorized that there could be capital, could be both intangible and tangible. Tangible is what you see, but the knowledge, the skills, and everything you hardly see, right? But they are capital, and that is what we're talking about today. Then Adam Smith, who is the father of modern economics, asserted that knowledge and skills are property of the worker and not the organizations. I'm sure the union, these Truth and Co, will be so happy about this, by the DGNCA, that you must train them. Otherwise, your AOC becomes revocable. Then Jean-Baptiste Say was the French guy. That was the father of competition. They all supported that capital investment in humans is the supply of the future through education. And in modern times, through experience. J.S. Mills, the English philosopher and economist, defined wealth of a nation as that of the workers. This is where the state comes in. So if the wealth of a nation is the sum of the wealth of all of us, then it behoves the state to invest much to acquire that capital because it's going to support the economy. Working together between the private sector and the state, they should be able to make aviation affordable, human capital development affordable, because it's going to benefit the state and it's going to benefit the employer. I was able to put, I don't have to go through all that, just everybody can see the cost, the variable cost, both the fixed and the economy of cost category. Aviation, human capital development, materials to mold into aviators. That was very quick. Okay, I know that, sir. I know the airlines you want to look at that. Is that okay, sir? Is that okay for everybody? Can I move forward? I should go back? All right. The aviation industry requires over 3 million civil aviation professionals over the next 10 years. That's a lot. Yeah, for the world. That is 284,000 new pilots, representing a 39% increase from 2023 to 2032. 402,000 new aircraft maintenance technicians will be needed over the next 10 years, representing a 78% increase in demand. The material needed to mold into these aviation professionals will have to come from diverse backgrounds in society for the best quality professionals. When I was in service as director of the National Assembly, I told them, I said, Zaria was gradually becoming an elite for a school for the children of the elites. Because during our time, anybody could become a pilot, an engineer, whatever. All you needed was just to be sound. And since the system is based on meritocracy, nobody bothered about your financial barriers. But today, with the cost of training a pilot, so many families have to say bye-bye to their children becoming pilots or aviators, except the states intervene. Governments globally, even the most capitalists, as regards human resource capacity building, operate on the JS Mills principle that the wealth of a nation are the skills, energy, and perseverance of workers. So the state can invest, the state can subsidize, the state doesn't care, just because it's going to support the economy. And that is why they said even the industry, aviation is a catalyst, it's an economic catalyst. The aviation industry is clear example of two opposing approaches to human resource capacity building, the government and the private sector led, like I explained the other time. The private sector, knowing how expensive it is, the private sector is ready to invest in aviation human capacity development. But their fear is that, according to Adam Smith, that capital belongs to that worker, not them. So you can see why they are reluctant. That's why they ask you to sign bond, they ask you to do this. But the state doesn't have to bother whether you sign bond or not, because they know you are still within the economy. Even if you live like some of us did in the 80s, I have so many of them here. They all left Nigeria, even though trained by Nigerian money. But they were still sending money home. They were still sending money back into the Nigerian economy. So the government didn't lose much. And this is I've given an example of the US model. In the US, the Air Force is the world largest. The U.S. Army has an air branch. The U.S. Naval Air Force was fortified and armed and largest naval aviation. U.S. Marine Corps was 7th largest. U.S. Coast Guard was 12th largest. So you can imagine all the taxpayers' money in America training professionals here, and most of them after their tour of duty, which we don't have. Like I said earlier, our military budget is not that big. By the time they are leaving, they are too old to even start. Some of them did, unless there is a coup where they will lay off so many people, then they will cross over to us. But these days, that is relative peace in the military. They stay there until they are 2% of human resource development fund for Africa. But it was a voluntary contribution from African member states and others to develop opportunities for HR capacity building in civil aviation in Africa. But what happened was that they needed to increase the capacity of the regulatory body. So most of those funds went to Captain Ajomo's and co, because they are the closest link to IQ. So when the money comes, they grab it, they train their own staff. So it does not get to Captain Georgie or the races. but they are being mandated by the NCA that they must train according to the air regulations. It was to assist states to meet human resources needs for operational efficiency. And they did that, and I'm sure it's working. Some people, because I in my research, I understand it was well funded, but I understand the funding is going down now because many people are going through many countries are going through economic difficulties. Now, the manpower strategy, training, succession, and development, Nigeria. Private and a strong government participation will, when the required ground for next generation human capacity in aviation is broadened. We need to broaden it. We need to get the best. Because like I said earlier, some of those that became the best aviators were from very poor backgrounds. There was no way they could have afforded it at the time, even not for that skill, that philosophy at the time. But some of them were lucky when they went to serve, youth service in those organizations. They showed their brilliances, and they got into aviation. I'm sure our own Resi was one of those. The government's civil aviation roadmap must prioritize most safe aviation human capital development. Those in government are not here, they've left us, but I hope they will get this message. Conclusion. Urgent national policy. Making career in aviation affordable. We have to do that. Through government subsidy in human capacity building in the sector. Open up opportunities for pupils from diverse backgrounds to become aviators.
The People's Parliament, that he was one of the strong voices that advocate for our interests when MTN came to Nigeria and wanted to cut off our throat. He has helped. So beyond aviation, he advocates for the people. So he's been hardworking and very hardworking. We have Dr. Ugochukwu. Dr. Ugochukwu, well known to us, he has worked very committedly and consistently at the Nigeria Express Management Agency, and he now doubles that in NCA. I know that he does so many things at NCA. So there are people who have responsibility and who understand what the matter is about. And Captain, I know you know what upskilling, the next generation and the next generators of aviators is about. So these are individuals who have been convoked as our panelists. Sharpen your sword, either to contribute idea, to ask question, or to share your concern. They are here to respond accordingly. To moderate this session for us, I will quickly invite Mr. Osai Ilome. Osai Ilome is a consultant who has been well primed and structured to come and moderate a session like this. Osai, a round of applause for yourself as the people clap for you too. Osai, follow the step, please. You know, you are wearing a mixed version. One, your cap is from Kano State, and your shirt is from Kogi State, while your palm is from River State. You are welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. I'm a true Nigerian, you know. Thank you. Mr. DG Sam, thank you very much for the great work you and your team has been doing. And to the directors at NCA, general managers that are here, we are so super proud of what you guys are doing. Yes, thank you very much. You can do that better. Please, can we do that once again? 25 years is no mean meat. I want to also salute the stakeholders, the airlines that are here, and every other key player that has been introduced. On that note, I wish to say all protocols duly and respectfully observed. I have been privileged to moderate this session with my powerful panelists, ably seated, to look at the critical issue of human capital. We are in the days of knowledge. In fact, it is said that knowledge has become one of the factors, or one of the key factors of production. And it is important to also underscore the fact that knowledge can only be transmitted by humans. And that is what makes this topic extremely important at this time in the life of the NCA. Now, before we go into the main issue at the heart of this session, let me quickly say that it was said that the CEO of Ibome, who has been, I've been a fan of his, frankly, for what Ibome has been doing, that when you see him, you know, his face will not give him out in terms of how old he is. But when you look at what he has achieved, you will know that this is someone of immense importance. Now, I wish to paraphrase that about NCA. When you hear about the age, 25 years of NCA service, it will really give out in terms of the impact that they have been able to achieve. But when you hear of the achievement, it will marvel you. And I'm proud to say that across Africa, like it has been stated earlier, Nigeria is one of the, among the 5 countries that have achieved the FAA ranking. Can we put that together for that? That wouldn't have been possible without the men and women at the NCA. Now, I've been given a topic for us to discuss in this session. But before we move into those topics, I want to quickly underscore again the importance of human capital. Now, recently, we had the President of the United States faulting the mishaps that has happened, the airline mishap that happened in the US recently as a result of diversity, equality, and inclusion principles. Now, I know that we are a diverse country with serious communal values. And I am disturbed because if you look at the presentation of the keynote speaker, most of his lessons were taken from the United States. Of course, they are the standard bearer when it comes to aviation regulation. I want to say that I wish we will not be copying that aspect of what is happening currently. So I want to start by posing that question to the panelists. And
what can be done? Again, secondly, you can have a special intervention from the federal government.
In each of these parastatals and mandating them to allocate part of their resources to upskilling. How can that be regulated or monitored?
Thank you. I still think that whatever happens, NCAA should be in a place to drive training in other parastatals within the industry. I say this because the challenge that NCAA we have the oversight, we have got the audit from an FAA or this or whatever. The challenge has not always come from NCAA itself. It has come from other aspects of the industry. And so, when you look at it, you find that training is required. Management is a major problem for the industry, a major problem for the airlines. And the airlines, once they have the pilots certified, they have engineers, they keep flying, they forget the other areas that need to support the industry. So I think that the NCAA, being the regulator, should look at this thing and take a focus on this. He has also looked at the in-house. If you go to NCAA, there's an area that the NCAA hasn't focused on over the years. When we talk about that, that's economic regulation.
We want to improve all of this, but the cost is too high for us to basically even survive in. So we also have to look at that, collaborate with training institutions, and as such, create a bit of avenues, be it some form of scholarship, be it some form of discounted trainings for people coming in there. And at the end of the day, what we could say is people come out from the training institutions and they basically go into the different agencies that are supported in this training, and by that getting employment, and you start learning as you go on the job as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen.
You can't say you didn't know about it. But this is very instructive and this is how best an industry can be growing. Sustainable development. Integrated commercial staff. NCA have also been training in areas of even ATC, NCA trained staff. So this is an ongoing development. I can tell you that it's something that has been successful. NSIB, they have been doing something. You go to Crownfield, you train some people, you bring them to CAT, you train them, but I want to think that your resources are still lean that you can sustain the training. So is that good enough? From other people aside aviation, it's NSIB now. It is no more AIB. So let the maritime give you money. Let the Let the road transport workers give you money so that you can train for. I really say MC Oloma, I want to go back to Lagos. So, but aviation for us to be talking about upskilling, it means we need to improve on what has been. And I know that the players have had it. They will upskill. And the upskilling is a continuous process. Thank you very much, for all our partners.
I'd like to thank you very much, especially my panelists, for that wonderful discussions you just discussed. I'd like to also thank the audience, distinguished audience here, for your patience. I've seen that since we started this conference, no one has gotten up and left, except for, of course, President Dignitaries. I'd like to thank you all for your patience today. I've listened carefully to them, and of course, Mr. Chuka said it. In fact, he took the words I'm just going to say here. We've been training and retraining. We're in Zaire training. We do not stop training. What does NCA know us for? What do they know NCA for? It's training and of course, foreign training. Mr. Chris Alibe said something about economic regulation. As we speak, we have people from ICAO coming here to come and train our people in DATR, all on economic regulation. And when we start, Director, when? May. We are coming here to do that economic. You're very correct. And we are aware and abreast of it, and we're going to take it. Somebody is saying how, some persons rails about how do we enlighten young ones. My TGM said, how do we make them grow? See, I remember when I used to fly, I don't know, for those flying now, whether it still happens, you see anytime we land in an airport, I'll take 1 or 2 airports, like Jos, and you park, you see a lot of school children coming for excursion, waiting to see the aircraft, waiting to come into the aircraft. I've had privileges whereby one of those days I came down and I went to address the young children. What do you want to be? I want to be a pilot. Like half of them want to be pilots, you know. And of course, if they want to see the aircraft, it's an opportunity to tell them they enter into the aircraft and tell them. So I will see all this. I'm sure it happened in all of the stations in Enugu, Maiduguri. Then I don't know whether it still happens now. Then there are some certain schools that, of course, also call for some pilots to come and do pep talks to their students. We call the Aviation Week. We call them to come and speak with them, to encourage them and tell them what we do. We still have such things and it's still going on. Oh, some like Mama J has done that a couple of times in one of the shows. So, you know, it's encompassing that, of course, the CA is up and going. We do all, I'm impressed with what Judge Reese said about we regulating them. Thank you very much. Yes, we'll continue this regulation because we cannot be seen as not doing our job. A lot of people don't see us doing like right now. As I speak with you, we have enhanced surveillance going on. Before, I tell my inspectors, do this a day after, but now I told them, do it every day. Every day. These same passengers will not do this kind of unruly behavior outside this shop. They don't. But they come to this Nigerian operators and they do this one. It's not acceptable by NCA. You know, recently we sanctioned some people over this unruly behavior and will continue. There was an airline, I don't like to mention airlines, who complained that coming in from London and some 3 passengers left their economy seat, walked into business class seats and sat down, took alcohol and misbehaved. And of course, the crew members professionally handled it, and of course the pilots did what I did so many years ago. Told security when they landed and they picked up the 3 people. It is right. So you should know your responsibility as a passenger. No room for all that unruly behavior. It happened on one of my flights coming in from London. The passenger was caught smoking an electric cigarette in the toilet, and they asked him and they were just bragging. I just told them, calm down, don't worry. And when we landed, I told security, pick him up, and he was picked up. You know? So, I thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for this conference. I know that we have been able to do some impact. A lot of things have been taken away from this conference that my Captain Corker says, Tiaroba DG. Tiaroba DG. But I've been acting capacity in the last 1 year. So I'm no longer Tiaroba. I've been there for 1 year plus. So, but apart from that, you know, being in the industry and having flown for over 44 years, and that is why I can acknowledge Captain Ayo, who has started her career. I knew when she started her career and all that, and I followed her career as being one tough cookie. I call her tough cookie. Please, a round of applause for her again. Use this opportunity to thank my honorable minister who has supported us, has supported the NCA. In fact, another question again was raised. How do we collaborate with the other agencies? I tell you, we have very good collaboration. We are the regulators. We regulate NAMA, we regulate FAN. So we collaborate very well. The MPs of all the other places will work together one-on-one. It wasn't like this before. I know it. Everybody was there, but today we are together. We work together to make sure if there's any caution, if there's anything, we're all there. During the audit, you'll see me and MP FAN going for inspections, and the MD NAMA will go for inspections together. It wasn't like this before. So we're doing all it takes. We'll continue to regulate them properly, and also all the other service providers will continue to regulate them properly. With this, I say, please remember that we have our gala dinner at 7 p.m. tonight, later on tonight, and I will hope that you'll be there. Thank you very much.
Illustration, Barrister Mrs. Anastasia Bell.
Sit down.
Women are women.
Directors of the ministry, parastatals here present, please permit me to start. My task is simple for you, but my DG has already made that easier by having already expressed some of the thanks to all of you. So I'm only on his directive, add more to the thanks he has already said. The task of thanking is simple but very critical. If we remember the Bible, biblical portion of the Bible, where Christ asked, were they not 10? Where are the remaining 9? So it's very, we give thanks to who thanks is due. If the NCA called and you're not here, this event will not be a success. And you're here in your large numbers. Several hours spent, the hall is still full. We're immensely grateful for your time. Please, let's clap for us. Our goal is to sustain the safety of our skies. This we cannot do without human capital. The good, hard-working people of NCA. So this team, human capital, it's very, very important. In fact, human capital assets is one of the most critical assets of any nation and any organization that want to succeed. Priority, high premium must be put on developing the human capital assets. And like the DG mentioned, that is what we've been doing by training and retraining. We are therefore very grateful to the Honorable Minister of Aviation, who has made also human capital development one of his 5-point agenda. And for the support he's giving to the NCAA for the training and retraining of our staff. So we thank the Honorable Minister immensely for giving all this enormous support, for earlier being represented here at this event. It goes to show the importance with which he has attached to human capital development. We thank the PAMSEC for the time he had, despite his busy schedule, to be here earlier with us. We are very grateful. We thank all the captains of the industry for the support and contribution they are making to the industry to continue to remain safe. Thank you all for the time you have spent for being here with us today and for making this symposium highly, highly successful. We remain very grateful for the contributions you have made. Thank you very much. Our lead, of course, the DJ has already assured you, we have taken those in and will continue to move forward to make our industry better by training and retraining more. I can't conclude this without thanking God Almighty and the good heart to be here. All for your time. We remain very grateful for the NCAA and we look forward to being here in this large quality for down. God bless you all. Thank you.
Yeah. I see the sun in your eyes. I see the stars in your eyes. I see the colors of the rainbows in your eyes. So baby, it's my day. Everything is gonna shine me. Every time I look for you, it's in my love. And I'm to see it. Oh my love, my baby. And I love.
Welcome one of our awardees tonight, Mr. Festus
S-A-N
C-O-N
and F-C-I-A-R-B UK.
Welcome, sir.
I think we're going to put a lot better for that for the Honorable Minister, particularly for the great work he has done in this short time redefining the aviation space in Nigeria.
He comes in tow with the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry, Dr. Ibrahim Abubakar Kana, MNI. Welcome, sir, and good evening.
Distinguished Pamsec, you're very much welcome, sir.
We'll remain
Oh truth and justice reign. In peace for God's reign. So God to our children, our peace our slave. Oh God of all creation, God peace for all nation, where no God peace or praise. And so blessing our children
NCA management staff, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to start my address by paying homage to the astute professionals who have plotted the affairs of this great organization over the past 25 years. From the late engineer Zachary Haruna, to late engineer Ephraim Uyudo, to late engineer Fidelis Onyeriri, to Dr. Harold Demoren, to Captain Fola Akikotu, to late Captain Mokhtar Usman, and to Captain Musa Nuhu. May we observe 1 minute silence in honor of those amongst them who are no longer with us. Pause, rest in peace. The 25th anniversary celebration of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA. Tonight, we honor not just our past, but also our future, celebrating the milestones that have defined our industry and the people who have propelled us further. Our journey over the last 25 years has been one of resilience, excellence, and unwavering commitment to the highest standards in aviation regulation. This progress has been made possible by the tireless dedication, commitment, and doggedness of our past Director Generals and management teams, the unwavering support of service providers, aviation associations, our League of Credible Pressmen, over-articulate unions, and of course the entire NCA staff. Your collective contribution have elevated the NCA to its current status as a leader in global aviation safety and oversight. This celebration also aligns with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda, which underscores the importance of a thriving aviation sector in the national development. Under the guidance of our Honorable Minister, we have seen transformative policies, strengthening regulatory frameworks, and enhance our overall operational efficacy towards ensuring our skies remain safe and safer, our airlines stronger, and our economy more robust. As we recognize distinguished individuals tonight, let us reflect on how far we have come and even greater heights we aspire to reach. To our partners, stakeholders, and workforce, you are the true champions of this journey. Thank you for your commitment, your passion, and your unwavering support. Here is to a brighter 25 years of renewed excellence and to a future filled with even greater achievements in aviation and national economy. Enjoy the evening. Congratulations to all of us. We are all winners. I say, let's rock and roll.
And rock and roll we shall. Jolly Papa has spoken, and so shall it. And so shall it. And speaking of rock and roll, we are immediately going into that business of rocking and roll. Ladies and gentlemen, they call him the Jelly One of Africa. Please let's welcome Flavor. That's right. The DJ has Flavor's song in his laptop. And at some point, he will play this song for you. I don't know why you want to kill this agency. For small 25 years, they gave you Puff Puff, gave you Chapman, but no, you see one Flavor. it's Michael Jackson will bring for you. But we definitely will rock and roll. And you know, when I take briefs for events and all of that, and then I always want to know what about this organization. And then of course I've known the NCA as a regular airport user, and then to know that okay, they really regulate the activities of airlines particularly. And I said, thank God I finally found the opportunity to lay this complaint. Thank God the Honorable Minister is here, PAMSEC is here, DG is here, all the stakeholders are here. Finally, I can lay this complaint. And what is the complaint? The airlines. What are the airlines doing? Why do they always first bring in business class passengers to sit down? Then they now carry economy to pass through business class when there is backyard door for economy to pass. Do you know the mental torture you give economy people passing through business class? Then the one that will even do this, when you are now passing, you now see somebody that is your mate inside business class. And you are with your wife now say, no be Chris with that, now why? No be the same work, all of them they work. And then even as the airlines are doing it, parents, those of you who are parents, yes, you are rich, God has blessed you, but manage your money. Because you struggle to make money. Just because you've made money now, you will carry your children, small child, 4 years old, that doesn't know anything about life, and put that child on business class. For what? Do you know the age some of us reach before we enter play? Some of us, we are nearly 38 before we enter play. You now see a child of 6 years, 4 years, 3 years on top business class, and the child will not comport themselves. They will not be jumping on top the chair, jumping. And they flop them when I see them. Do you sit down? Do you know how much for this ticket? Sit down. But all in all, we really commend and appreciate the efforts of NCAA over the last 25 years, because year in, year out, we see improvements in aviation service. One thing I have seen, particularly in the last 1 year or 1.5 years, is the reduced numbers of flight delay. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. No jokes. No jokes. In the last 1 year at least, reduced number one, because that time, back then, there are some airlines you will see, say 2:30, Baba, no worry, now that time I go to bath. No worry, no worry, no worry. But now 2:30 is 2:30. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, PAMSEC. Thank you so much, DG. Continue to do the very. And then I remember another one again. Before COVID-19, they used to serve, especially business class, jollof rice and chicken and all those things. Then COVID came. They say no food. It's okay, no problem. COVID is everywhere. Honorable Minister, sir, it is almost 5 years or 4 years since COVID has gone. Please, can you talk to your MD of airlines? Return jollof rice. Return jollof rice. We are tired of puff-puff. How can somebody pay ticket 220,000 and be chopping puff-puff? If puff-puff is my problem, I know where to buy puff-puff. Do you know the kind of puff-puff I will eat for 220,000? That's a traditional wedding puff-puff. Airline people, please bring back our. All right, Joyce, where are you? Do we have the names yet? Okay.
Energy is metastatic. My big brother, Captain Nigerian Meteorological Agency, we thank you for your support. Something on this paper I want to read, because it relates to what NIMED does. This is a quote by Chuck Yeager. You don't concentrate on risks, you concentrate on results. And the best result in aviation is a sky where every journey is a safe one. I want to thank you since I resumed office I am still receiving your queries. And I thank you for the great insight those queries enabled our agency to be a better agency under aviation. Thank you so much, the Honorable Minister, and I want to thank everyone for this opportunity. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I'm taken by surprise. I was really not prepared to say anything, but there is always something to say. So the journey of 25 years for NCA is really historic, and I'm fortunate to be one of those that have started that journey. And I can with all honesty say it's a success in every way you look at it. We wish the current leadership and those that are coming after them to please continue with the efforts being put in place. NCA is a dream organization. It started far back in 1990. It was somehow truncated 1995, but then when NCA bounced back by year 2000, it bounced back with full force, and I'm so fortunate to have witnessed that, and thank God Almighty. I wish everyone here a very good dinner and award, and a safe trip back home. Thank you very much.
On behalf of my MD of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, we'd like to congratulate NCAA, our regulator, for this milestone. I also wasn't ready for any speech, but we just hope that with the service of excellence that we have been receiving from NCAA, the support, we pray that we'll be able to have more continuously as we go on. Thank you very much.
From the NAMA, representing the Managing Director, please welcome Mr. John Tayo.
Director Operations, Nigerian S.
MD is presently in Saudi Arabia, praying for Nigeria, praying for all of us here. So he asked me to deliver a speech. I will just be brief. Distinguished guests, industry stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, we gather together to celebrate a remarkable milestone, the 25th anniversary of our Civil Aviation Authority. It is with great honor I stand before you today as we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority. This milestone is a testament to our collective commitment to aviation safety, regulatory excellence, and operational efficiency. Over the past quarter century, NCA has played a pivotal role in shaping the aviation landscape of Nigeria. Having worked tirelessly to ensure the safety, security, and efficiency of our skies, from regulating air traffic and passengers and overseeing airport operations to licensing pilots and maintaining aircraft, touching every aspect of civil aviation while collaborating international bodies. The theme of this anniversary is sustaining safer skies is both timely and crucial. As the agency responsible for airspace management, NAMA plays a pivotal role in ensuring that Nigerian skies remain safe, secure, and navigable. We recognize that safety is not a destination, but a journey, one that requires innovation, collaboration, and unwavering dedication. Over the years, we have invested in modernized traffic management, deploying state-of-the-art surveillance technologies, and enhancing the capacity of our personnel. However, sustaining safer skies demand more than just infrastructure. It requires synergy among all aviation stakeholders. NAMA, FRAN, airline, pilots, engineers, and the regulator, NCA, must continue to work together to uphold the global safety standards. As we look to the future, NAMA remains committed to implementing advanced air navigation services, leveraging digital transformation, prioritizing human capital development by embracing emerging technologies and fostering culture of safety. We will not only sustain silver skies, but also position Nigeria as a leading aviation hub in Africa. I commend the NCA for 25 years of regulatory excellence, for setting the foundation for a safer and more prosperous aviation sector. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and uphold the highest safety standard for the benefit of all. May our skies remain safe, our airports efficient, and our aviation community stronger. Thank you very much.
Lege, who will be speaking on behalf of Air Peace. If your hands are free, please receive her with an applause tonight.
The Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace, Festus Keyamo, SAN, the Director General of NCAA, Captain Chris Najamov, the distinguished guests. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. Good evening, everyone. As we strive to position Nigeria as a leading force in global civil aviation, we must acknowledge the immense strides we have made. However, one of the challenges we face is the tendency to not fully appreciate the value and role of our institutions. In particular, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, which stands out as one of the most effective and safety-focused civil aviation bodies in the world. The NCAA oversight is both thoroughly and uniquely safety-centric. This focus on safety has directly influenced the excellent safety records of Nigerian Airlines. We have every reason to be proud of NCAA. It is indeed one of the best in the world. Under the leadership of the Honorable Minister Festus Keyamo, SAN, we have witnessed a transformative period in the aviation sector. His unwavering commitment, dedication, and innovative approach have brought this significant progress. From the aviation policies to the infrastructural development, the sector is experiencing a remarkable revolution. This transformation would not have been possible without the steadfast support and dedication of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, under the capable leadership of Captain Chris Najamo. The NCAA has achieved tremendous milestones. They have streamlined processes, improved the ease of doing business in the sector, all while upholding the highest safety standards. For the first time in 2 decades, all Nigerian airlines have come together to acknowledge the positive changes. Airlines now recognize a new era of safety and operational excellence, with no compromise on the high standards we've set. The NCAA has not only remained responsive, but has managed to balance its oversight responsibilities with efficiency and professionalism. At Air Peace, we wholeheartedly support and align with this revolution. We commend both the NCAA and the Honorable Minister of Aviation, and we extend our heartfelt congratulations to all who have been part of this incredible journey. We say congratulations. Thank you.
For unions in the aviation space. And he goes by the name what? He goes by the name what? Ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Alhaji Oyeshina Oyedeji, a.k.a.
Isoleto. All protocols duly observed, standing on the already established protocol. I'm one of the most happiest person tonight, definitely. Honorable Minister, thank you for coming, and the DG, Papi J. This is a beautiful night, and I'm happy because I still see myself as a staff of NCA. I refuse to go, and I still maintain that style of NCA. And I wouldn't say anything if I do not say this. Baba De More, thank you very much, sir. You're one of the people who actually taught us so many things. And as a matter of fact, I recall that NCA continued to lead in innovations, and not only in Nigeria, across in Africa. When you started the one-stop shop for flight clearance, I was one of your board at the MMI in Lagos.
And even when I had to do some mistakes during the clearance that brought in Alaji Atiku Abubakar, I remember that very night in your office. You've done so much very well for us in this aviation, we can never forget you. And the friendship nature that I have established with Papi J, the current DG, is such a fantastic one. NCAA today is not only doing very well in Nigeria, they are pioneering development in Africa. For anybody who does not know, they must know that today. There's nobody who has passed any safety audit. No country in Africa, majority of the country, let me put it that way, that has passed safety audit in Africa today that does not have a touch of NCAA staff. And that is quite fantastic. And 25 years, in just that 25 years, this is just one of the few things that NCAA has done. It's not an easy thing for you to even pass safety audit and teach others in Africa to pass it. It shows competency. Because NCAA continue to build greater people, good people, fantastic, brilliant, intelligent people. Anywhere I go, I'm always proud of my colleagues. Yes, NCAA is an association, is an organization that everybody would like to be and would like to work for. Thank you very much, and I wish NCAA another good journey. Today, I'm a member of House of Rep. Yeah, my competency is one of the few things that made me a member of the Relation Committee, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, my colleagues that are here, the directors, I really appreciate you. My colleagues, I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has played a pivotal role in strengthening aviation safety and security oversight and fostering a conducive environment for all service providers and all stakeholders to thrive. This unwavering commitment has positioned Nigeria as a key player in the global aviation landscape. At Bagasso, we are proud to be part of this ecosystem, collaborating with NCAA and other industry stakeholders to uphold the highest standards of safety. The journey has not been without its challenge, but through innovation, partnership, and strong leadership, NCAA has continuously evolved to meet the dynamics demands of the aviation industry. As we celebrate this Silver Jubilee, let us take a moment to appreciate the dedication, hard work, and sacrifice of the leaders, staff, and partners of NCAA. Their collective effort has shaped the industry and ensured that aviation remains a key driver of Nigerian economic growth and connectivity. Looking ahead, we must embrace the future with renewed commitment, enhancing regulatory frameworks, fostering collaboration, and building capacity to ensure that Nigerian aviation remains competitive, safe, and secure and sustainable. On behalf of Bagasso, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the NCAA on this historic milestone. We are excited about what the future holds and remain steadfast in our support for a stronger and more prosperous aviation industry. Let's celebrate not just the past 25 years of excellency, but also the promising future ahead. Congratulations once again, and I wish you all a wonderful night. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've had a number of goodwill messages. We still have a few to go. But before we have those, we'll have some entertainment for our relaxation, for our enjoyment, for our several awards tonight, honoring all those who have done so well for NCAA this 25 years. Ladies and gentlemen, from the city of Abuja, even though you might find him performing on stages across Africa. Please welcome our own son, flying very high. Jarrell is his name. If your hands are free tonight, let's welcome Jarrell. Woo!
All former DGs, please let's welcome Dr. Harold Demore. Please a round of applause.
I greet our Honorable Minister, our Permanent Secretary, members of the National Assembly, our DG, Captain Najomo, former DG, and I also see the families of the late DG who are here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I didn't realize I'll be asked to say anything. I'm going to come out to speak. But maybe what I should say very quickly is this. When I look at everyone here, all of us who are in aviation, any success you have seen here, and I can look at Captain Briggs, our former Honorable Minister. any applause they give to any of us, anything we receive tonight, we are collecting this on behalf of all of you. You make it happen. Without you, it would have been impossible. It would have been impossible. NCA, you have a good team in NCA, very hardworking people. I've had the privilege to work with you. And Honorable Minister, I called some of these people at night. When we were doing category 1, my wife asked to fight me that I could not sleep on the same bed with her because I was calling young women at night. I get phone call from America because it's time difference. This is wrong. We are not here yet. Immediately I called officer. I don't even look at the time. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I called you. Your husbands were there, and they were wondering who was calling my wife. But they all responded very well. And without them, we could never attain category 1. It's not a democracy, it's a collective responsibility. And second thing I want to mention very quickly, I've seen, Honorable Minister, you know that aviation has become the engine for economic growth. Nothing you can do. I remember when we were at the JIP, Joint Intelligence with the NSA, and they're talking about aviation, we'll be arguing. And I said, if you don't give us what we are looking for, you are going to go you leave Lagos to Port Harcourt. You have to go by plane. You won't go by air. If you are going from Abuja to Kano, maybe you go on. Seriously. So you can go by car, or maybe that's why you go on. And we can't crack jokes like this. Today, Honorable Minister, your business people can leave Lagos, go to Abuja for a meeting with you in your office. At the same time, they move to Port Harcourt the same day, and they still back in Lagos the same day. It's only aviation that can do that for you. And these are the people that make this happen. To you all, we pay our homage due for him. We've done well. On behalf of all the DJs, and I'm speaking for you and my past ones, Captain Ajomo, you're doing well. But let me leave with one word. Human capacity is very important. Aviation is changing, technology is changing every day. What we are doing yesterday is not what we are doing right now. Believe me. Don't look at anybody. Training, continuous training. I think training must continue. Human capacity is crucial. Without that, you can't do anything. You have brilliant hands here. It costs a lot of money, not just in obstacle, not in ticket, but in the timing. But we must going to do this. If you're going to do this, Honorable Minister, you have a safer sky. God bless you all.
Let me start with somebody. If I will talk to the minister, I'll talk about the minister. And please don't rush me. I want to thank the DJ. We call him Jolly Papa. He knows I call him Jolly Boy. Because I can't call my son Papa. So it's my Jolly Boy. And I know what he can do, this boy. For what he has done, because in a local palace, it's a idea of ground. The eye reach ground. Yes or no? The eye reach ground. You know why it reached ground? Because NCAA was not today. It didn't start today. It started 25 years ago. But we have taught it twice to celebrate this child. NCAA equated to a child. It's a child. Don't worry. Because we have a child here. We have child to the brain. This child was in somebody's brain that nearly burst that brain. I conceived this child in the brain and nearly burst it. Why and how? Because of too many complications. You know, pregnancy and complications. This one in the head with complications. I'll tell you about the complications soon. So I want to thank you, and because if you are starting any business, any establishment, you have to know how did it start. Okay, 25 years. How did you get to 25 years? So 25 years, it started from somewhere. How? I will take it briefly. I don't rush with that one. When I took office as a minister, just a month after I took office, I went to, my first assignment was Ikewo General Assembly. That is where the whole world of aviation gathers. That's why they talk about the airspace, every country, because it's not ground. Air, this air is the same thing all over the world. So it's controlled by one African. Without them, we can't have Nigeria own London, UK, and I don't know. That death, no, now. So I'm ready for any let. Let them go to any let. I will keep it. So we walked around the clock and put things together. That's how NCA, acronym NCA was my making with my team. NAMA, because NCA is an authority because it's the airspace police, you know, the regulator of the airspace. It's like banks without a central bank. So NCA is a heart. As authority, then we call it NAMA, Nigerian Airspace Management, we do call that agency. As I put, we can rather have a situation where we are on the ground. We are supposed to be working, taking care of airports. We are also controlling the air. Is that possible? We are taking care of ground, airports, and we are also taking care of the air now. The air belongs to professionals. So I refused and make sure these two outfits were created. Don't clap yet. We should finish. Don't clap. These things were created. But then I said the only time I will say, well, I will give it is if the government says no, then I'll give it. That's what I can do. I'm not government. So we waited till, because it was so tough, that 3 days to the end of our tenure, I think 26th of that month, May, we had what they call, when I finished, the Honorable Minister knows, expanded session, executive session. We used to be 30 how many ministers and a few people. And that day we had more than this house, because we were going to hand over, so I had to hand over to directors and everybody. So we went on, I made my memos ready. When we got there, we had about over 13 memos. We waiting to be taken. It cannot be done one day. So we got that. Memo 1, pass on to the next government. 2, pass on to the next government. 3, when we go to 5, my memo, I tell you, this This NCA that now God begin. This NCA. Now God begin. God's child. When it goes to 5, you can't believe. The head of state then said, okay, Berani, what do you have to say? I was glad. Then I went to my memo, and I said, after my presentation, we now have the whole house like this. What do you say? Everybody said, okay. When that was happening, when we were doing when we were carrying memos forward, what was going through that was the day I knew what they call when your heart is in your mouth. Because my heart was in my mouth. Because, baby, so all my effort I was going to go. So, but when they go to my son, they said, after my presentation, they said, all said pass. That was it. All said pass. When they said pass, I jumped out from my seat. If I was still in you, I would have reached the seat. That was it. So we went back, ran, said, look, I don't trust this government coming. They've been fighting me. The judiciary, everybody walked around the club to make sure the decree was put in place. So before we left, this one, this is 49 years, Nama 48 if I'm not mistaken. That's what it is. So I left, I done my own beat, and that is good. So I got home to Lagos, I was not a minister, and I was following up the stage of this migration. President Obasanjo's government came in, and what they did was dissolve all new creations, everything. My heart was like, okay, I can't believe. Dissolved everything, NCAA state. NCAA still survives, and that's what it is till today. Is that not miraculous? And what I'm telling you, NCAA has done so well since then that NCAA has even produced the first black man in this world. NCAA has produced the first black man in this world to be ICAO president. Two times. What else do you want? I produce 2 times. Nobody can. And if you narrow it down, the first black man, African, Nigeria, and where? NCAA. No, we don't try. NCAA, we try. Thank you.
Radio. They didn't send you letter from radio. Because we heard of a commissioner in a state, the driver was taking him to work that morning. And he said, put on the news. As he put on the news, breaking news. Governor dissolve executive cabinet. All commissioners return government properties immediately. Driver turned, looked at him. Okay, where you want me to drop you? Where you want me to drop you? He said, what do you mean? Now government property you hold like this. Where you want me to drop you? Anyway, from one minister to another, from one development of the aviation and the aerospace to another, from one milestone to another, from one celebration to another. We've had the likes of Captain Briggs and every other minister who have come in that space, bringing their own contribution to move the space forward. And we have one right now who has also done significantly well also in that space. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a man that I can say is a man of many parts, because when you hear or when you have heard his name as a ministerial selection, because of his competence that we are used to as a legal practitioner, we felt he would go one way or the other, and then surprisingly he came here and he has indeed surprised the entire world with an outstanding performance. Please let's welcome the Honorable Minister for Aviation and Aerospace Development, Senior.
Our tenures,
as minister, as DG, as directors, that we have reached this silver jubilee stretch in the journey of the NCA. From the story of the former minister, I am sure you have seen that the NCA is a child of God. That despite turbulent waters and attempts sometimes to kill the NCA has survived 25 years. And I'm sure you know that any child that is born at the age of 25, that of course is undoubtedly an age of maturity. By then you should have graduated, served, and you would have started working at 25 if everything goes well. So 25 years is an age of maturity. But let me also tell you my small story. All these prepared speeches, I don't like them. Let me tell you my small story too about the NCA. Unknown to you, and maybe known to a few people, you know the Orosanye report also recommended the merger of NCA and NAMA. And so that was also another attempt to kill the NCA. That report was passed on, I think, from Jonathan's government to Buhari's government, and then to the present government. Because I think the Orosanye report was ready since Jonathan's government, if I remember. So that was another attempt to kill the NCA. And so throughout the tenure of Buhari's government, we couldn't consider that report. Incidentally, I was only surviving minister from Buhari to this government. So I was part of that government. And it came up a few times. It came up a few times in council, but we couldn't consider it. But guess what? It was one of the first items we considered in this government. So the Orosanye report came up that day. And I was ready with my battle axe. And so the president went on, considered every item in the Orosanye report and asked council to vote. And for each item, they listened to the ministers, merger of this ministry and that. And so they came to a aviation. And the president said merger of NCA and NAMA as one body. And I raised my hand, I said, sir, I spoke for like 5 minutes. And because we have a wonderful president who listens to good counsel and good arguments. After I finished speaking, he said, item dropped. NCA and NAMA would not be merged. So, sir, like a good son, the baton you passed on to your son, I kept the baton alive by making sure that the NCA did not die. If not, by now we would have been talking of a merger of NCA and NAMA. So today we truly celebrate the heroes and heroines of this very great body that has ensured that our skies remain very safe. We thank you so much for your industry, your expertise, for everything you have done to keep the skies in Nigeria safe. But for the request to ensure that jollof rice returns on our flights, we will have to amend the act of the NCA to include jollof rice in the law for that to happen. So today we honor our past DGs and our past directors who are here. The aviation sector without that remains a pillar of national development, and it facilitates trade, tourism, investments, and cultural exchanges. So while it is here to realize its true potentials in terms of contribution to our nation's gross domestic product, GDP, we must renew our commitment to ensuring a more progressive, sustainable, inclusive, innovative, and prosperous aviation industry. This necessitates the continuous adoption and integration of emerging technologies, enhancing infrastructure, and investing in human capital development to keep our skies safer.
Sir, I heard you loud and clear about training, training, and training. And I can assure you that the permanent secretary, the CEOs, and myself, we have worked very hard to ensure that we keep those trainings alive. I'm sure you know that the president has directed that foreign travels should stop, except in exceptional circumstances. Last year, there was a memo around February, said it was for 3 months, and the president, because of his desire to ensure that we are frugal in our spendings, there was another memo again in December, reiterating that memo last year to say we should cut down on foreign travels, except by direct presidential approval. But let us also give particular thanks to Mr. President, because despite that memo, since last year, he has made an exception for the aviation industry. I wrote a memo to him after that directive. I wrote a memo on behalf of the entire agency and said, sir, we respect your directive. Yes, we need to be frugal because the Nigerian people have also tightened their belts in the face of the economic reforms that are taking place. However, because of the safety of this sector, sir, we need to make some exceptions for this sector. And the president graciously granted this for the aviation sector. So, in conclusion, as we look forward to the future, we remain committed to supporting initiatives that will further elevate our aviation sector and ensure that infrastructure and transportation are enhanced as enablers of growth in line with priority 5 of presidential priorities. In closing, I express my deepest gratitude to all those who have contributed to navigating turbulence and the success of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority over the past 25 years. With even greater accomplishments in the years to come. I'm the Director General of the NCA on your confirmation by, and I wish you a fruitful tenure. God bless you.
Development, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Keyamo, who is not only keeping
you fly, guess who's always watching? The most beautiful girl I've seen in all my life. Every second spent with you is like a day starts from you. Me, I'm so amazed at all the things you do. So I have to build my whole world around you. So I promise you forever and for always. Girl, you are my sunshine when we go to represent. We are walking all on the family. I will love you forever. We are walking. We are walking all on the family. I will love you forever. All on the family.
Please pose for a photograph. Have you taken a photograph for the award? You're good. Okay, please, yes.
State Engineer Oyudo CE, and I'm sure he's represented tonight by members of his family. NCA, please let's welcome the Oyudo family together.
management and staff of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority will present this award in recognition of the services of the husband to this your sister, for the services rendered to this great organization. We thank you sincerely.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, and that's for the Onyudo family. Next up, with engineer Fidelis Onyeyiri. Please give the applause for it. Remember, I told you we're going to do a lot of clapping tonight. This is the
This is a coincidence. The former DG is here represented by his younger brother, who was a member of the Presidential Airplanes in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On behalf of the management and staff of NCAA, we say thank you very much for the services rendered to this great nation. We appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Please pose for a photograph. That means we can authoritatively say the Onyeyiri family is indeed a flying family. Wonderful. This is great. Please a round of applause. Thank you. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, none other than the very revered Dr. Harold O. Demorin.
He also earned himself the distinction of being the first African president of the Account General Assembly, recipient of several global awards. And tonight, we honor you, sir.
It is my honor and privilege to stand before this great man, this distinguished Nigerian, that everybody wants to see and has to listen to you in of aviation. In my days as a young civil servant, I used to watch you and I used to love listening to you talking aviation on television. Therefore, on behalf of the management and staff of the NCAA and overall Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, we recognize you today. You are alive. You continue to be strong. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Next up, we invite Captain Fola Akikoto.
And he's right here.
Absolutely.
There he is.
So at this point, let's go.
So, on behalf of my boss, Festus Kiamo, SAM, the DG, the former office, management and staff, and the entire members of the aviation industry, we want to recognize you today for the material service you rendered as DG of this great organization. We say thank you very much, sir.
In addition to his meritorious service as Director General of NCAA, Captain Fola also served as Managing Director of NAMA. He also served as CEO, Aero Contractors, and he was
on behalf of the management and staff of the NCAA and the entire aviation industry, we wish to present this as a token of appreciation for the services of your late husband who served as Director General of this great organization. We say thank you and may God bless you wherever he is at the moment. Thank you.
Congratulations, Hajia Mukhtar. Legacy lives on. Next up, we invite Captain Musa Shwaibu. Wow.
He was instrumental to Nigeria's rapid aviation recovery. His guidance at NCAA enhanced regulatory compliance, strengthened international partnerships, and implemented cutting-edge aviation technology. Congratulations, sir.
On behalf of management, staff, and the entire industry, we wish to extend this token as a sign of appreciation. But what's in the end of it? You are still with us, you continue to be with us. Thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations, Captain Just like you mentioned, he was a DG under COVID. So that means he's the person that says that he should stop jollof rice.
No, he's not him.
It's under him.
No.
It's who?
The wait is not him.
It's who? We're not catching.
Wait now, it's not him.
It's who?
You know?
Yes.
He is watching here.
The Chairman's Legacy Award. This is for the past board chairman. At this point, it's Sunday Ajulo, whom here is represented by Mrs. Tayo Ajulo and son Yekin. No, just Mrs. Tayo Ajulo. Please a round of applause for Mrs. Tayo Ajulo.
Ma'am, on behalf of the CEO and management staff of Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, we will not forget the role you have played in an interim capacity as a chair. Therefore, on behalf of this organization, we say thank you. You are the interim member. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you, Mrs. Taiwo Ajulo, who has received the award on behalf of the dear husband, dearly departed. Because of you, we are.
Well, quite interesting. We're handing over this award to his son, who incidentally is a staff of NCAA. Let's go. On behalf of the management and staff of this great organization, we say thank you very much to your father. He has helped a seat in NCAA, and this is his chance. Amen.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Let's say the smaller version. All right.
Actually, our former chair was around, and because of his ill health, not feeling too well, he actually bring him back to his school. So he's here represented, and therefore I wish to, on behalf of the Honourable Minister, the DG, and the entire management staff of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, to say thank you for the services rendered to this great organization. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir.
And last on this category, we are honoring late Alhaji Sule Onabi. And late Alhaji Sule Onabi is represented by Ola Onabi and son Felix Randon. All right, please a round of applause. A round of applause for them. That's Ola.
On behalf of the Honourable Minister of Aviation, Justice Guillermo Hussein, the Director General of NCAA, Captain Lejomo, and the entire management and staff of this great organization, please extend this token as a thank you to your father for the services he rendered to this great organization. That the organization he helped to build is growing from strength to strength by his grace. Please extend our warm appreciation to him today.
Round of applause for that award presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I, Maman. Please, a round of applause for Engineer I, Maman. And as Engineer I, Maman, the representatives of late Dr. A. Sage. Late Dr. A. Sage.
My pleasure and privilege on behalf of the Education Ministry and NCA to present this award to you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Engineer Maman. Late Dr. A. Sage. Do we have anyone representing the Sage family?
Congratulations, my honor and privilege to present this to you. Thank you.
Congratulations, the representative of Alhaji Ayuyo. Ayuyo.
Black people, that will be Alhaji Awuyo. A-U-Y-O.
Congratulations, my honor and privilege to present this to you.
Congratulations. Do we have representatives of late engineer RM?
He's making his way forward.
My pleasure and privilege to present this award to you. Congratulations, sir.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And just to be sure, once again, Captain P. Albany.
Or representative.
Or representative, yeah.
This award, my pleasure and privilege. Congratulations.
Next is Captain D.D. Charles.
Distinguished guests, let's up on stage, collecting her own award in her own right. Gentlemen, Dr. Mrs. Anastasia Ben, up on stage for the Aviation Visionary Award.
My pleasure and privilege to present this award to you. Congratulations, ma'am.
Congratulations, Mama.
And next up, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Mr. I. Uduni.
Big congratulations, sir, on this award.
Towards the growth and development of the Nigerian aviation industry. Receiving first, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's welcome Overland Airways. The representative of Overland Airways. A round of applause.
On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Management Staff, thanks again. I hereby present you this award.
Please a round of applause, Mrs. Emmanuel, receiving on behalf of Overland Airways. Please, where are the gentlemen over there? Please help me. You're doing it now. Sky Power. Represented.
The most number of consumer complaints.
On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Management Staff of NCA, I'd like to award you with this and say that Ibom Air has done well.
Good, good.
You're doing well, you're well. Congratulations.
Please give us your account number. Let's credit you.
And for international travel, welcome the representative of KLM.
Yes, I must say that Arik Air, just what you just said, we, all of us, we flew to New York, to London, severally for about 5-6 years. So, on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Aviation and the entire management staff of NCA, I congratulate Arik Air, the airline that never dies.
Absolutely, 9 lives.
To NCAA. Please, together, receive Air P.
Represented by Awa Alege. Please, a round of applause.
Allow us to give Air Peace a round of applause. Because Air Peace has been one airline that Egypt steadfast and committed into. They have traveled all over, they have gone all over, they're trying to get into all the good economies of Nigeria, West Africa, and of course London Road. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Aviation and the entire management of NCA, I congratulate you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, DG, Charlie Papa. Thank you. Captain Chris Nachamo.
Because if another organization compose that same music, if you know enter. Imagine an organization like police. How would they sing that?
When you thief,
Guess who's always watching?
Nigerian police force. You look at that.
What of VIO?
VIO.
When you drive,
America no good.
I think I see when I come from Namageta. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our job is very simple this evening. We have been paid to make you laugh for just a few minutes. Like I said, we have been paid.
Fully paid.
The money is in our accounts. Yes. We are saying this so you know that it is your responsibility to laugh.
I see, my boys and I, we are doing small loading. You know customers now, they want everything shipped fast. Leave that place, my friend. Manager. You see, this small loading is already looking like a food market. This plane is already overweight by 1,200 kilograms. What are you people packing? Is it gold? Or did you people pack your papers inside here? They are waiting. Look now, this is ordinary yam and garlic. As far what about cassava? Please, Gary. Come. Gary, yes. So why is this one loaded fragile? High-tech equipment. Please, manager. It's now AI, artificial intelligence, manager. It's a mistake. That's a typographic error. Manager. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. If this plane takes off like this, it is an accident waiting to happen. And manager, you want to see on the news that Unity Airline cargo plane fall from the sky because of overloaded AI. Just a minute. I want us to settle this immediately. Do you understand? And it's not for free. Yes, I need you to sign newspapers so that I can tell you my money. See, you know it is weekend. Manage this. You are trying to bribe me on Gabala. Number one, compliance is better on the gear. Every people my name is the Guinness Book of Integrity. Look here. Now they put 1,200 kilograms of cargo from this plane. Otherwise, I will personally. No more contact. Otherwise,
somebody inviting he or she into your office. What is your name? Ọmọ ní Pàlánò dé tó. Ọmọ ní Pàlánò dé tó. Now your plane is just to fly. It is not about me. It is about protecting this sky. And anyway, no more private agenda. Otherwise, we are going to go and learn how to beat AI out in Kirikiri prison. Oh yeah, take your money and leave this place. Oh yeah, go and fly your plane. Go. It is fine. This is right. It's okay, You see now that everything has been solved. It is not about me. It is about protecting the trust that the Nigerians have put in us to protect and reflect this time. You see now that this matter has been solved. And we are going to go one place and take pepper too. You see this stress definitely deserve reward. Now, if you think that the drama is only going to be something, wait till you get to the security department of Unity International Airport. There's no people who are trying to do. I don't know people are trying to do. We have changed now. In fact, we don't really What's the problem? Look this man. Who here? Look this man. Which pilot is wearing a cookie standard? And why for the Yoruba? If you let us Oyoma AI, when they tell you to place as you guess, but not to worry, let us check his piloting skills. This man. Don't worry. Go him fast. Next. Oh, thank you. Sorry. What do you mean? Please be fast about. Captain Johnson Auburn, a Kenneth Jr. the third, Esquire. That's my full name. Oh, okay, Captain Esquire. I wanted to ask you some few questions. Hope you don't mind, sir. We're fast about it. Okay, sir. I'm a very busy man. What is the takeoff speed for Boeing 737? Takeoff speed for Boeing 737 is over. Well, it depends on the road. Oh yes, it depends on the road. I mean, if it's a Lagos road, give or take, that should be like 100 kilometers per hour. We're talking about flight. Madam, see, you are beginning to get me angry. I told you I am a very busy man. In fact, I have a flight to catch. I mean, a flight to fly. Oh my God. Sorry that my colleague there was disrupting you. Please, sir, I have one more question and answer. Alright, so it's not your turn. Please, can you tell us the name of the flight attendant for your airplane? That's Nkechi. Nkechi? Oh, sorry. Excuse me? You are arresting me. I am going to dreaming. I just want to check the whole. I'm not the pilot. I am not a pilot. Now, I'm sorry. This is why some of your dreaming to state people are here. Nonsense. Don't you do this from here. Leave us from here now. At least because of now. You people should get. Just it.
wasn't just about creating a regulatory agency. It was also about setting a new standard, a norm that prioritized safety, dependability, and innovation. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, was established in 1999 by an Act of Parliament to meet the growing need for strong regulations in Nigeria's fast-growing aviation sector.
An honorable minister by name Anthony Okwere, AVN, and he said that we need to have a Nigerian aviation policy to decide what Nigeria will do. So the idea was to have the President, Department of Flight Safety in the Ministry of Aviation and NAMA form together to form Federal Aviation Authority. And it was formed. And then Falagwe paid the first MD. But it didn't last long. On August 31st, 1995, there was a Thursday morning massacre. Followers were fired by Isaac Akedor, the minister of the Batona. So they didn't march, come back to this route. They went back to the ministry. By 2005 years, they came back again to dismantle it and then created
the Act clearly states that NCAA will be a cost recovery agent, meaning that the services that we provide to AOCs and our stakeholders will recover cost, the same cost in order to be able to fund our operations.
With the new law of ICAO, our safety was very taking a new shape in the world. The question that we must have autonomous aviation agency. So that was the aim for the NCAA.
The NCAA took on the vital role of ensuring safe, secure, and reliable air travel. Guided by global standards set by the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, it became the backbone of aviation oversight, dedicated to monitoring and promoting safety, security, and efficiency in Nigeria's skies.
The biggest impact this has made now really is that it has asserted its independence in terms of safety standards, in terms of trainings and regulations. So it has grown, really big to meet international requirements and standards.
Is the certification of the Category 1, FAA Category 1 that Nigeria attained in 2010. And we've been able to maintain that 2014 and 2017 through certification, compliance of ICAO, standards that we've maintained.
We have established a robust regulatory framework, which is very crucial to the existence of the authority. This involves developing and enforcing standards, guidelines, and regulations to ensure compliance with international aviation safety standards.
Right now, if you count how many domestic airlines in the last 25 years, maybe 2, 3, 4 airlines, but now we do have a lot, about 23 or 24 of them.
The NCAA has made it possible for you to self-regulate yourself, report yourself if you notice any infraction.
Over the past 25 years, the NCAA has made great strides in shaping Nigeria's aviation industry, from certifying airlines and airports to ensuring they meet international safety standards and making air travel safer for everyone.
I understand the Nigerian space is very safe right now, very safe. We're moving from satellite-based navigation to performance-based navigation. We're doing an enhanced radar coverage, that's the TRACON. If you check in those days, what you just do is the manual checking of human beings, you search. But these days, there are technological improvements that you walk through the airports, it will check everything without, and if there is anything found, then it will just raise an alarm. You can see that lately there have been a lot of passenger destruction. But it's important to know that passengers that do this do not know their responsibility.
So NCA here, we have a unit that we do every awareness campaign that they go on and continually advise the consumers about their responsibilities.
We have the Consumer Protection Complaints Portal, which is part of our policy to automate the system, the process of consumer complaints resolution. We have onboarded all the airlines in Nigeria on that portal. Passengers have direct access through a QR code that they can just scan and it takes them there straight. So if ever you run into problems at any terminal in Nigeria, look out for the NCA uniform, look out for our banners, or ask simply anybody, where is the Consumer Protection Department's office?
Our journey hasn't been without challenges. We have faced economic turbulence, mishaps, and a global pandemic that tested our resolve. But the NCAA rose to the challenge at every turn with resilience and innovation.
Challenges include manpower. Sometimes, because as the time goes on, you have people retiring and you probably don't have people taking over. So we need a lot of manpower. Of course, we know 2005, 2006, we had some incidents and accidents. Ever since then till date, we've had a very good safety records because there's a lot of enhanced surveillance that is going on, and we make sure our inspectors continually enhance the surveillance.
Every hurdle became a chance to grow, build trust, and set higher standards. Today, we are more adaptable and forward-thinking than ever.
Listen, training, retraining, continuous training, that's how life is. What Civil Aviation Authority does is to train, that is to standardize these standards. And you have to train all these people to know what the current issues are. So our training center has been modernized. We use a model which is equivalent to whatever you can get in any of the developed countries. These are measures we are putting in place to ensure that we remain competitive and secure in the industry.
Beyond its role as a regulator, the NCAA has driven Nigeria's aviation growth by encouraging innovation and ensuring high standards. The agency has opened new doors for trade, tourism, and national development.
President Ahmed Bola Tinubu has caused a positive revolution in the aviation world industry in Nigeria using GAMO, according to GAMO. GAMO has succeeded in getting the leasing world to unlock us from the previous blacklist they placed all Nigerian airlines into. Now the aviation world is ready. The index used to be 45% before the rating, Nigeria's rating again. Now it has gone to 79% to 80% now.
With what we are doing in terms of opening the markets, opening up the country to international leaders and financiers to come into the country and help us develop our aviation ecosystem, help us, strengthen our local operators. With what we're doing now, we expect a lot of investment to come in, a lot of aircraft to come in to help us. And when that is being done, it would mean that we can service a lot of our routes that are not being serviced now.
It was set up right from the beginning to also have regional offices in the different regions, Port Harcourt, Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, and Abuja. And under Chris Najomo, the establishment of those regional offices to become functional in terms of facilities and all that.
The expansion of the directorates, the regions, it is quite a remarkable milestone.
As we celebrate 25 years, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority remains firmly dedicated to forging a brighter future for aviation in Nigeria.
The NCA journey has been remarkable for the past 25 years. Looking from where it started with a workforce of less than 200, and now it has grown to a large capacity, over 1,000, who is able to meet the various demands of the oversight of the aviation industry?
I know that staff welfare is key. I have keyed into it that staff are taken care of, well taken care of. All the entitlements are being paid. The allowances, the housing allowances are being paid. Promotional exams whereby you get promoted and you don't get, when you do an exam you get promoted but you don't move. So stagnation was a thing of the past.
We came in as very junior officers, aspiring to be, grow up on the levels along the line. And to the glory of God, NCA has given us that opportunity to grow, to be in the system after 25 years, to see NCA develop from what it was in 2000 into what it is today.
We are building stronger partnerships with industry leaders around the world and nurturing a new generation of skilled experts who will lead Nigeria's aviation sector to greater heights.
That aspect of the salary aspect, we're working on it. The minister is working on it with the government in such a way that the young pilot who is like 40, 35, 40 can walk up here and walk up and say, okay, I'm working with the CA, I want to work with the CA because the salary is good.
Accurate data and statistics. Because without accurate data, you cannot plan, you cannot strategize, you cannot stop the reoccurrence of recurring challenges and problems.
I want to leave a legacy of digital processes because as human beings we can't do it all by ourselves. So we have to create this platform to ensure that in the meantime, really work well for our people and going into the future.
So we will expand our airports to proper hubs. And that's why we want to concession the airports. I've said it over and over, and it's public knowledge. In the next few weeks, we'll be advertising. We have received offers from all over the world, and we'll be looking at the best.
25 years of excellence, resilience, and innovation. This is the story of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority.
Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA. Our 25 years of existence has not been without challenge. There were a lot of challenges. They were surmountable. We succeeded in most of them. And the success, the story behind that success continues. So I'm here to toast on the continued excellent hard work by the staff and a brighter 25 years ahead of us. So on behalf of engaging staff of NCAA, we say let this growth continue and cheers to NCAA.
3 hearty cheers for 25 in our hearts. Hip hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip hip! Hooray! Cheers! And quickly, let me invite everyone seated on this table. Honorable Minister Pamsek, DG, let us quickly cut the cake. At the word, or when we holler NCAA. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do this together with me. Give me an N. Let's make it louder. Give me an N with a C and an A and another A. NCAA. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, Pamsek.
To deliver this to no one other than Dr. Harold Odeshekun Dimore. This is really, as he's honored, I'm also being honored giving this to him. A little bit I must say about him. There's one DG that I worked under with I work with. And 12 midnight is just the beginning of work in our office. So thank you very much, sir. On behalf of NCA, it's my honor and singular privilege to present this to you.
Hello and welcome to Biscon TV News. I am Jones Hussein. First, the headline stories. Governors block local government chairmen from opening CBN accounts. JAM uncovers 585 fake A-level certificates, 4 arrested. In business, federal government's 2025 budget faces oil price threat. Marketers expect fuel price drop. In foreign news, South Korea sets presidential election for June 3rd. And in sports, Napoli and Man United in advanced talks over Osimhen. Now the news in detail. Local government autonomy in Nigeria has hit another roadblock as several state governors have reportedly ordered council chairmen not to open accounts with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN). This directive comes despite a Supreme Court judgment granting full financial independence to the 774 local government areas and a federal panel's recommendation to the CBN to facilitate direct allocation payments. Only Delta State has submitted account details so far, amid delays and accusations between the CBN and local governments. Multiple chairmen, speaking anonymously, revealed they were threatened by their governors if they proceeded with the CBN account setup. In one southeast state, the governor even rejected a proposal deal where he would receive 50% of the allocation monthly in exchange for allowing direct payments. Many governors are reportedly resisting the move over fears of losing control of the local government funds, although a few are open to the idea. Talks are ongoing, but progress remains stalled. Hear this. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAM, has uncovered 585 fake advanced level certificates submitted by candidates in 2025 alone. Registrar of JAM, Professor Ishak Oloide, made this shocking revelation during a virtual meeting with staff, stating that 4 suspects had already been arrested by the police and the investigations were ongoing. These fake certificates were mostly from the Interim Joint Matriculation Board IJMB program and were uploaded by some professional registration centers. Oloide emphasized that the Nigeria Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System, NIPSED, was created to tackle such issues, and investigations so far have revealed internal collaborators within institutions. He also condemned reported cases of extortion by CBT centers, warning that such corruption undermined the credibility of the system. JAM continued its crackdown to maintain the integrity of Nigeria's tertiary education admissions. To this one, the Lagos State Police Command has dismantled a baby factory at Ijegu, rescuing 10 victims and arresting 3 suspects in the process. Acting on a tip-off, officers raided the premises and apprehended the prime suspect, 35-year-old Miriam Vincent, alongside Orie Ruth, 23 years old, and Ujonwa Ifeanyi, 18. Among the rescued were 3 children aged 5, 7, and 2, along with 7 adult women. The victims were reportedly kidnapped from different parts of Lagos State to run the illegal operation. Police spokesman Benjamin Hundeyin confirmed that the rescued individuals were receiving proper care and support. The suspects have confessed to the crime and would face prosecution. In a broader crackdown, the police have arrested 39 suspects in 2 weeks for crimes including kidnapping, rape, vandalism, and illegal possession of firearms. We'll go on a break and return with business news. Welcome back. In business, we can tell you that Nigeria's 2025 budget is under fresh pressure following a sharp drop in global crude oil prices, which fell to $64 per barrel due to geopolitical tensions and tariff battles involving the United States and China. Analysts say the budget, based on a $75 per barrel benchmark price and daily production of 2.06 million barrels, is now at risk, with a significant revenue gap likely. Crude oil accounts for more than 50% of the projected 34.8 trillion naira national income. While this drop poses serious challenges for government spending, fuel marketers see a silver lining, expecting a potential cut in petroleum prices at filling stations. Major marketers note the situation is dire, but reversible if geopolitical tensions eased. Industry experts have called on the government to explore alternatives for revenue and cushion the impact on the economy. Another break, and then we'll return with foreign news. Welcome back. In foreign news, South Korea has announced June 3rd as the date for its next presidential election, following the impeachment of former President Yoon Suk-yeol. Prime Minister Han Duck-soo, currently acting as president, made the announcement, assuring that the election will be free, fair, and transparent. Yoon was removed from office after a failed attempt to declare martial law and use military force to suppress dissent in parliament. Opposition leader Lee Jae-myung is currently leading in the polls with a significant margin over other contenders, including Labour Minister Kim Moon-soo. Lee's party controls the National Assembly, and his popularity has surged despite past legal issues. The winner would be inaugurated immediately after the election, skipping the usual 2-month transition period. South Korea is also grappling with recent disasters and trade tensions with the US, adding weight to the upcoming vote. We'll go on a break, return with sports. Welcome back. In sports news, let's tell you that Napoli and Manchester United are reportedly in advanced discussions over the transfer of Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen, with the Italian club ready to offer a discount to avoid strengthening domestic rivals like Juventus. Napoli's director is in London for negotiations, and United have identified Osimhen as their top transfer target for the summer window. The striker, whose release clause is now €75 million, may be available for less to Premier League clubs. Osimhen previously missed out on moves to Saudi Arabia and Chelsea. Reports say Chelsea also held talks, but United are currently leading the race. Despite their current struggles, Osimhen is open to joining United, especially as the club seeks to rebuild its attacking options following a poor goal scoring season. On that note, we end Biscon TV News, compiled and produced by Favor Ajagbe. I am Jones Usen. Many thanks for watching.
Abdullahi Sidi. Please, let's get the plaque for Captain Sidi.
Congratulations, sir.
Another honor for me to present this on behalf of NCA for Engineer Sadio Oladipo Dauda. Another person that I have worked under in NCA in my 25 years of NCA. It's an honor, sir. Accept it, please, on behalf of NCA.
Thank you, congratulations, sir. And next we have Engineer Salau.
Mr. Anthony Ayasa, please come closer immediately after Engineer Achibwe.
On behalf of the management of NCA, I have an honor to present this to my former director, NCA, Engineer Kayode Achibwe.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Engineer Achibwe. And then we have Mr. Mohammed Yamski.
On behalf of the management of NCA, I'm honored to present this to you as a commission and profession of justice and for Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority.
Congratulations, sir. Mr. Anthony Ayasa is coming up stage next.
Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, I have the honor to present this to you as a commission on the occasion of 25th anniversary of Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority.
Women that cannot fly. Captain Majoma has restored the dreams of SCA workers. To this we are very grateful. On this note, I want to call on the President of Air Transport Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Barrister Elitu Samadu, and I want to humbly appeal that we all with standing ovation, please rise to welcome the DGCA to the podium to receive this award. Thank you very much.
Unions in NCA under the platform of JAC Joint Aviation Forum. It's a forum created deliberately to synergize the efforts of the various industrial unions within in recognition of your contributions to staff welfare, to infrastructure and safety. It's my prayer that with staff welfare that this spur you to greater achievements on the job. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister, Sec, former Minister of Aviation, all the DGs, former DGs, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When you work hard, you get results. This award, I give it to the honored board. And to you, all staffers, keep the good work going. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next awardee of tonight is the Director of Human Resources and Administration in person of Barrister Dr. Anastasia Baird.
In recognition of your tremendous contribution to industrial peace within the NCA and the advancement of the cause of the welfare of the staff. Congratulations, ma'am.
This award coming. My name was enlisted of other categories of award. I didn't see it coming. It's taking me by surprise. But I'm very, very touched that this award is coming from our partners in progress. When we came on board, sir, the Captain Najama-led administration has an open door policy. And we felt that for us as a management to make success, we have to partner with the union who represent all workers. And he instructed I should engage with the unions. And I reached out, you are representing every staff, not just those who are in union. Whatever you do is for the benefit of everyone. We in this management are ready to work with you so that together we can make the staff happier. We motivate them so that the work environment can be better. And we said we are establishing a union management forum, which is the first of its kind in the history of NCA. And what we do at this union management forum, every quarter, we write to the union, please come, let's sit down and talk about issues that are affecting the agency. So together, we can find a common solution to issues of staff. We have been able to resolve a lot of issues affecting staff. And I talk and do DG. As soon as we do these resolutions and take to him, he say approve, and they get implemented. So the backlog of a lot of staff claims, issues to do with allowances, promotions that have hanged for so many years were cleared just within a period of 1 year. But we could not have achieved this on our own. It's because we have a people's minister. Because whenever thank you, my colleagues, thank you all.
Payment of staff claims, prompt payment of salaries, revenue drive, and let me use this opportunity to say, DG sir and Honorable Minister.
All right.
And it's a God-given role I'm playing today to be standing here on this momentous occasion to present this award to you for the outstanding work you did to give back to the NCA and for its survival till today. Congratulations.
Please, a big round of applause, and I think I can authoritatively sing a standing ovation. Can we please rise up on the bricks? Honorable Minister, please, we'll ask that you remain.
Management and directors and staffers, because of who you are, what you have been doing, all the support you've given to all of us, not only NCA, NAMA, FAN, NIMED, NSIB, and even the AAA University. I say again, I'm being honored to give you this award for
more grace, more transformation, more innovation.
Pictures.
Yes, please.
All right. Captain Empress.
Thank you so much. This is just before the final award for tonight.
Prince Biscon celebrates 50 years in broadcasting and BOS at 25. By the grace of God, These milestone achievements will be celebrated on Tuesday, 13th May 2025 at Muson Center, Lagos at 11 a.m. To help facilitate a smooth transition in terms of planning in all aspects for the success of the event, the following friends have been entrusted with this task. Mr. Donald Duke, former governor of Cross River State; Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State; Senator Doye Diri, governor of Bayelsa State; Senator Hope Uzodimma, governor of Imo State; Senator Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora; Professor Toyin Ashiru, Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, Bimbo Oloyede, Teni Aofiebi, Olorogun Peter Iro MFR, Senator Osita Izunaso, Senator Dr. Folashade Grace Bent, Sheun Olagunju, Mr. Anthony Raymond Dokbesi Jr., Chairman Dar Communication PLC, Alhaji Usman Mohammed, Dr. Ruben Abati, Mr. Oritz Williki, Olori Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, Erelu Abiola Dosumu, Pastor Dotun Ojelabi, Olori Ladun Shijuade, Sonny Rabo, Bashorun Dele Momodu, Eugenia Abu, Cyril Stober, Michael F. Young, Barrister Shade Balogun, Otumba Deji Oshibogun, His Excellency Right Honorable Emeka Ihedioa, CON, Mr. Eze Anaba of Vanguard Newspapers, Mr. Gbenga Defaye of NIJ, Azua Rinze, Yomi Badejo Kusonya, Rufai Ladipo, Senator Ben Murray Bruce, founder Silverbird Conglomerate, Prince Adelano Adeshida, former Vice Chairman of Island Club, Mr. Temitope Abere, President Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, Prince Rotimi Martins, Chairman of Island Club, Chief Adekunle Agbebi, SAN, Chairman Yoruba Tennis Club, Chief Kole Olateju, President of Association of Friends Club, Ambassador Toyin Lawal, Nigeria's former Deputy High Commissioner to the UK, Nata of Biscon TV fame, Ambassador Folake Marcus Bello, Nigeria's former Ambassador to Zambia, Professor Egusa Osage, DG NIIA, Mr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, Prince Nduka Obaigbena, founder of This Day Newspapers and Arise News, Mr. Bayo Awoshemo, Deputy MD of Arise News, Mrs. Ronke Ayuba of NTA fame, Honorable Abike Dabrierewa, Chairman of Nigerians in Diaspora Organization, Honorable Kafila Ogbara, Chairman of Women Affairs Committee of House of Representatives, Mrs. Moji Dokbesi, wife of Chief Raymond Dokbesi, founder of Dar Communications PLC, Modele Sharafa Yusuf, Nigeria's first female television sportscaster. This committee, made up of esteemed friends of Prince Biscon, will be coordinated by Her Highness Olori Dr. Nike Akonde, CON, and His Excellency Mr. Donald Duke, former Governor of Cross River State. Remember, the date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025 at Muson Center, Lagos. Time is 11 a.m. Time is of the essence. Time to hit the ground running. May God bless you all.
It's not easy to attain the age of 64, is it? Another round of applause for the man that we're celebrating and honoring today. So sit back and relax. We'd like to welcome our guests today, but I'm going to actually start with the gentleman that we're honoring today. So I would actually introduce. Welcome, sir, to your own event. We welcome you, sir.
Father and our God, we want to thank you. We thank you, Lord, for your Son, whom we are honoring today. We thank you for his life. Thank you for preserving him. We thank you for upholding him for 64 years. We thank you for your grace upon his life. We pray, O Lord, that your grace will continually be multiplied into his life in the name of Jesus Christ. It shall be well with God and with God. In the name of Jesus Christ. So we want to commit this Philadelphia into your hands, O God. We ask, King of glory, the God of gods, the I am and I am, that you take absolute control. And everything we do today shall glorify your holy name. That you will take preeminence, O God, and that you will be glorified. In the name of the Father, and of the Holy Spirit. And I hear
this event. And I want us to clap ourselves for you know, yesterday, when we did the honorable ministry, at about 5, we got to be at and I look at it that today, the Colloquium will be empty. I just want to thank you for taking courage to be here. A lot of people have gone out yesterday, traffic was bad and not long. I want to thank you for the courage, because you believe in Nigeria, you believe in Africa, and you pray Nigeria will be great. On behalf of Trial Foundation and Trinity House, we are hosting this event together. I want to welcome you to this extreme event. Your presence this morning, today, is deeply appreciated. As we gather together this morning, we honor the memory of the wife of Pastor Israel. You know why honoring the wife is so important? When Pastor Israel approaches his continue to rest in perfect peace. In Jesus' name. New leaders will have to, and the keynote speaker will be speaking on the path to prosperity. And what shocked me, when you guys diligently pick this up, what shocked me, the event that World Bank is holding this month is job, path to prosperity. And I'm now looking at what is the correlation between this. We know that Nigeria is going towards prosperity, and I pray Nigeria will expect prosperity. As every Nigerian, Africa will expect prosperity. And today we are honored to have our distinguished guest, His Excellency Mr. Austin Igafua. Thank you for coming. And I want to celebrate you, and I want to thank the President for releasing you to us. About 2 weeks ago, it was nice. The President will send me. President will not give me approval. But I want to salute your courage. I know yesterday was it. You are one of my people in Nigeria. But welcome to our people. You know we are your big brother. Amen. So thank you. And I want to thank your dear wife for coming. He's coming to Nigeria for the very first time. Thank you for coming to honor us. It's not what happened yesterday is not how Nigeria looked like. It was just a coincidence of lack of planning in our government. At this event, I want us to contribute to our national discourse. Don't think we are coming here to waste our time. We are coming here that there's a hope for Nigeria, and there's hope for us, and we are living the lasting legacy for generation of one. If everybody keeps silent, and nobody is talking, say people have been talking, what has happened? I can tell you, our talking, I bring out something best. I bring investment, I bring new leadership to see Christian, now embracing to go into politics. I said people are just talking. Let's keep talking. One day, let's keep sowing seed. One day we'll jump. Don't let us keep silent. When something is wrong in our country, let's say it out. Let's provide solution. Not just criticize. Let's provide solution to our problem. Finally, I would like to appreciate all our distinguished guests that are here this morning. I have a lot of people that shop Mr. Bodo Ilaji, not the commissioner of police. I talked to him yesterday. He said, brother, whatever you are doing, I will be there. I will always support you. I want you to help me celebrate it. And all the planning committee, this is the river people, and all the other planning committee. And my wife, I think my wife is also very happy. Thank you. When I've been on the call for 2 hours, always supporting me. And finally, I would like to appreciate you. Mr. Abba is my professional company. If you want to buy your products, UAC. God bless you. God bless you all.
Never seen traffic before, go to New York or come to Lagos. That's actually traffic. So I apologize for that traffic, but again, I don't apologize. It's part of our development. Thank you so much for taking the time and the trouble. My good friend, the Honorable Minister of Petroleum of Nigeria, former Honorable Minister for Petroleum, Dr. Ibe Kachuku, is on his way. I think he got caught in that traffic till 5 a.m. this morning, having come in from South Africa yesterday just to be here. So he will be here shortly. He called me that he's in. So he started or initiated this colloquium that we are now celebrating for the 5th year. So every time we have this colloquium, it gives me a throwback to my beloved late wife, Ibidumi Itwa Olajiye Ikodalo. I'd like to also welcome and thank her mother, my mother-in-law, Chief Mrs. Ajayi. She's right there sitting quietly, as she always does. Please celebrate with me the woman who gave me a wife. Thank you so much for coming. And of course, my brother-in-law, Daria Ajayi, is somewhere there also. He's an active supporter of almost everything I do. I want to thank Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu. She's on her way. Her people are already here. And I want to thank her for her special love for me. There's a particular love for me, almost on a regular basis. At this time of the year, she comes to pass by, to visit, and to wish me well. So she's been a regular attendee at this colloquium for many years. Please help me to give her a round of applause, even in absentia. But I know that before we finish this afternoon, she will be here. I want to thank all our distinguished panelists. Mrs. Iranloye Balogun, thank you so much for everything that you do and for being a driver of small-scale industries in Nigeria. I want to thank Henrietta. Henrietta is not here, she's abroad, but she's asked someone to come and stand in her stead. Henrietta again and I met, again through my late wife. One of the last things my wife did before she passed was to attend a course at the Lagos Business School at this place today. We're concerned about Nigeria. We're concerned about a pathway to prosperity. We're concerned about a greater Nigeria. We're concerned about Nigeria taking its rightful place in Africa and being able to lift up the continent of Africa. And since I was in primary school, to be honest, I've been a lot very concerned about things of Nigeria. I grew up in government. I grew up as a government kid. I grew up knowing things going right in government. I grew up seeing developing Nigeria. So it's become a source of concern for me in my years now, as I see that the Nigeria that we have is not quite the Nigeria that we thought we would have. When I was growing up in Ibadan, there were no walls between houses. There were no burglary proofs. There were no barbed wires. There were no fences. There was no armed robbery, absolutely zero armed robbery. There was virtually no traffic, even in Lagos, UK, where he was working as the first accountant of the MNDC. And he'll get to Benin by 11, and he'll call us. The only thing that was a little bit short then was the telephone. In those days, you had the rotary phone. So in fact, I grew up with a phone where you pick up the receiver and you call the operator. You dial 01 and you ask for the operator. And the operator will come and say, operator, give me Lagos, 2, 3, 4, 5 Lagos. You know, and then he will say, put your phone down, I'll call you back. So you put your phone down, after 5 minutes, he'll call you back. Say, hey, now you have Lagos. You have Lagos, but don't spend too long. So people are waiting to call also. So you have 5 minutes to talk to Lagos. That was the Nigeria that I grew up in. But at least life was predictable. We didn't have challenges with NEPA and so on and so forth. The economy was good. The naira was superior to the pound in those days. We used to spend pound shillings pence when I was growing up. So 1 Nigerian pound was equal to 2 British pounds. Because by the time we converted our currency to naira, 1 naira was almost equivalent to 1 British pound. And 1 naira was half a Nigerian pound. It was 10 shillings that became 1 naira in those days. I'm sure Auntie Emisi and some people will know what I'm talking about. Some of these people will not know because they were not born then. You know, pound shillings pence. That's what we started with in Nigeria. We had the Toro, the small one. We had the Epini, or the penny, the one with the hole in the middle. And you had the half Epini. And we buy some tomatoes or something in those days. You know, my mother used to stress us out because she used to take us shopping on Saturdays. And then she'll see somewhere tomatoes for 3 pence. And she'll be pricing the tomato. Will you got 1 penny? Will you got 2 pennies? The woman will say no. She'll walk all the way down to the end of the market. She's pricing it again for 2.5 pence. That one would agree. Then she'll come back to the original one just to buy the same tomatoes for 2 pence, 3 quarters, and so on and so forth. This is how we grew up in Nigeria. And she was a permanent secretary in a ministry. She was one of the most powerful women, if not in Nigeria, in Western Nigeria. But she goes to the market herself, pricing tomatoes with, I used to be frustrated out of my mind. But that was the Nigeria we grew up in. But now, things are almost not the way we want it to be. Yesterday, I was with my brother in Abuja for the election, whatever it was, what we did, the election, then you went to court tribunal. And we're very disappointed to see that the tribunal ruled against us. And it's been a piece of a calming for us. But we will not stop trying, because the democracy of Nigeria must survive. The democracy of Nigeria must have its place. The democracy of Nigeria must be established and improved upon. And I have resolved in my mind that my life will be a perpetual struggle, because you can decide what you want to be, to remain quiet and then just roll with the coast, or to decide that we must work together to ensure that we have a strong, a vibrant and steady democracy in this country, and that we have a strong, a vibrant and steady economy also. I'm hoping that our conversation is today, the former Minister of Petroleum Resources, Dr. Ide Kachiku, who is also an academic, an extremely cerebral person, will be able to tell us the pathway to economic prosperity in Nigeria, and also our brother from Liberia, Mr. Angofan, will be able to tell us the Liberian experience and what he perhaps believes is a pathway to economic empowerment and development in Africa. I'd like to invite everyone to please sit back, listen. We're going to have questions and answers after, and to enjoy this conversation. And by speaking and conversing, we can make things better. I look forward to a beautiful and prosperous Nigeria and an exciting Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being part of my story. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Thank you for everything. I wish you all very, very good discussion.
God bless you. It gives you the extra time to put forward His word, His love, His wishes, and what He wants for you to do. Honorable Pastor, Your Excellency, and those who are we celebrate with you as brothers from the Caribbean. We have been engendering South-South cooperation and collaboration with Nigeria over the years. Ron was at the Biscon Tv to engender that collaboration. As a result of that, the country of Antigua and Barbuda and Trinidad and also forged closer ties with Nigeria. And like the first speaker said, Nigeria is a great country. It is a country to come back to. It is a country to be in. It's a country that, without its economic growth and potential, the rest of Africa is a poor story for your brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. And I would say in those gathered to celebrate His Excellency, the pastor, that visions that you have for Nigeria and for those that you are being given extra time for, when I say extra time, birthday is a milestone. It's a spiritual break, the audience is a spiritual break. Nigeria is. And I have given a goodwill message from the government of Antigua and Barbuda to celebrate you and to celebrate those who are there in support of you. Thank you very much.
So the basis for you also as a government, we are doing our best, but I'm waiting also to the government to make sure that these partners Thank you. So let me start by the celebrants and the host of today. Pastor Itua Mudaru. Good afternoon. The next speaker for today, Honorable Gospel Iguana. Good afternoon, sir. And of course, one that I believe impressed me was when I listened to the pastor. He actually spoke briefly about, and that is the convener of today's wonderful program. And we have been doing it consistently for the past 5 years. So I would like to first and foremost commend Jeremiah Igulado and to say thank you very much for this wonderful work you are doing. Activities of the industry are present. I saw my friend, I saw his name, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, then the Australian man, I don't know where he's still, or me or you, our royal fathers are present. Past political leaders, both at the federal and subnational. I can see former commissioner in Delta State seated at the pastor, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, being an address delivered by Mr. Babakile Commissioner Samuel, Governor of Lagos State,
at the 5th annual Colloquium in honor of the 64th birthday celebration of Pastor Otuato Olajide Ighodalo, Earl of God 2025, and the Trinity House, Trinity Avenue, via Water Corporation Drive, or the Ghana Revelation. It is an honor to stand before you today at this 5th annual Colloquium, a gathering that celebrates intellectual discourse and also praise individual exceptional leader whose impact has touched many lives, Pastor Otuato Ighodalo. On behalf of the government and people of Lagos State, I extend my warmest congratulations to Pastor Ighodalo on his 64th birthday. Attaining 64 years is no mean feat at all. In fact, you know that the average age in Nigeria is 55, yes? But he has lived to 64, and we pray that he lives to 100 in Jesus' name. And to be celebrating in good health and surrounded by an outpouring of the love of family, friends, and associates is truly remarkable. And worthy of utmost gratitude to Almighty God. Yours, sir, has been a life truly well lived in service of humanity. From the highest, humblest of beginnings, as the founder and senior pastor of Trinity House, to your extensive contributions in professional circles, you have dedicated your life to uplifting others, whether through faith, governance, or business. Pastor Otuato. God says, as the founder and senior pastor of Trinity House, to your extensive contributions in professional circles, you have dedicated your life to uplifting others, whether through faith, governance, or business. As an accomplished economist, accountant, and visionary, Pastor Ighodalo has built a career in excellence. His influence spans across auditing, taxation, financial advisory, media, and philanthropy, demonstrating his passion for progress and nation building. His leadership extends beyond Trinity House as he sees on multiple boards, guiding initiatives that foster growth and development and transformation. Your dedication to integrity, innovation, and service is a beacon of hope, and for that, we are profoundly grateful. Thank you. The theme of this colloquium, Nigeria, a pathway to prosperity, suggests a forward-looking vision for Nigerian economic, social, and political development. Our discourse today must emphasize strategies and actions needed to achieve sustainable growth and improve well-being for our citizens. The pursuit of a prosperous Nigeria is not just a dream, it is a necessity. It is the hope that wakes millions of our citizens. Each morning, we desire that fuels their ambition despite the economic challenges we face. But prosperity does not happen by chance. It requires intentional efforts, strong leadership, and collaboration across all sectors: government, business, religious institutions, and civil society. We need policies that support our people, empower entrepreneurs, and create opportunities for growth in industries like technology, agriculture, and manufacturing. In Lagos State, we are taking deliberate steps to build a thriving economy that benefits everyone. Our investments in infrastructure, entrepreneurship, technology, and security are shaping a Lagos that works for its people. Initiatives like the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund are helping thousands of entrepreneurs turn their dreams into reality.
proving that when government and business collaborate, progress is inevitable. However, the vision of prosperity must go beyond Lagos. Every region of Nigeria, north, south, east, and west, must be part of this journey. We cannot afford to develop in isolation. Nation building is a collective responsibility. We must embrace unity, fairness, and justice in governance, ensuring that opportunities are accessible to all. Prosperity must be inclusive, no Nigerian should be left behind. Pastor Ichwatu Ugado has exemplified what it means to live with purpose. His commitment to transparency, development, and social impact is something we cannot learn from. Nigeria needs more leaders like him. People who prioritize progress over personal gain, and who work tirelessly to elevate society. Finally, I want to commend Pastor Ichwatu and the organizers of this platform is crucial. Conversations like this help us to reflect, strategize, and commit to real change. As we celebrate an extraordinary leader today, let us also reaffirm our role in shaping a better Nigeria. I urge each of us to identify the role we play in the collective task, whether in governance, be it in business, in education, or community development. So that this discussion will not end here. Nation building is our collective decision. And I'm certain that we can create a Nigeria that thrives. Once again, I offer hearty congratulations to Pastor Ichwatu on this special occasion. With your leadership, continue to inspire all of us. Thank you, and God bless you.
Round of applause, please.
I had told my wife about the Lagos traffic and she was anticipating. No wonder why this is so extended to the it's good to be here again, and let me remember my brother, Pastor Budon Ujelali. He's been a friend for quite a while. A few months ago, Jeremiah, I guess I mean, one guy got to come and speak a little bit. And I told him that, yes, I want to come and speak, but I don't have control over my schedule. But let's see what will happen as that comes closer. And he told me that, well, he's a man of faith, and he feels that I will make it. And indeed, as time came closer, it appeared possible that I would come here. But, you know, one of the things that made me feel that I didn't come here is that, to some extent, the celebrant and myself are aligned in a way. I was listening when you were using it, and you said that he was born on April 6th. And by being born on April 6th, he's a we are technically celebrating the birthday in advance. Let me say, I'm one of the lyrics.
already descended. So, I came to piggyback on the celebration of the movement. So apparently, the Father brought me here so that I can ride on the blessings of the Father. Thank you very much. And I just birthday to all of us. Last night, U.S. President Donald Trump imposed sweeping sanctions of tariffs on 185 countries, including my small country Nigeria, which has had strong historical ties with America since this time. Prior to this, the U.S. government had drastically called overseas development assistance to Liberia. Most of the assistance was passing through music. For us, all but 2 of the music projects have been stopped. Some of the support programs affected include school feeding programs for kids, the scholarships for the teachers. 2 years back in 2005, in Glenigos, the G8 leaders committed to increasing overseas development assistance, ODA, aiming to double aid to Africa by 2010. 2 years earlier, they are committed to dedicating 0.7% of their GDP, that is 1%, to overseas development assistance. Very few developed countries met that benchmark. But today, we made it clear the support for health and education programs around the world, the other forms of assistance have been a serious drain on the economies of some of the big powers of the world. Rugged individualism has become the new norm in the concept of leave no one behind, which is the guiding mantra of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, is big level. Such is the time and such is the position. As strange as this new norm may appear, maybe depending on how we act to it, it will ultimately be a blessing in disguise. It will be the job we need to get us out of our relationship. It will be the fight on our record that will catapult the African continent to new heights of development and prosperity. But it all depends on how we respond. As we recently told another audience, that when other schools go over us, that's precisely the time to take ourselves more seriously. That's precisely the time to stop pressing the darkness, but to light the candle. That's precisely the time to see the complex twinkle in the stars, than to dwell in the darkness. And that is precisely the time for a new leadership for Africa. But when I talk about new leadership, Let me clarify that don't only mean you leaders of countries in Africa.
Hello and welcome to Biscon TV News. I am Jones Hussein. First, the headline stories. Governors block local government chairmen from opening CBN accounts. JAM uncovers 585 fake A-level certificates, 4 arrested. In business, federal government's 2025 budget faces oil price threat. Marketers expect fuel price drop. In foreign news, South Korea sets presidential election for June 3rd. And in sports, Napoli and Man United in advanced talks over Osimhen. Now the news in detail. Local government autonomy in Nigeria has hit another roadblock as several state governors have reportedly ordered council chairmen not to open accounts with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN). This directive comes despite a Supreme Court judgment granting full financial independence to the 774 local government areas and a federal panel's recommendation to the CBN to facilitate direct allocation payments. Only Delta State has submitted account details so far, amid delays and accusations between the CBN and local governments. Multiple chairmen, speaking anonymously, revealed they were threatened by their governors if they proceeded with the CBN account setup. In one southeast state, the governor even rejected a proposal deal where he would receive 50% of the allocation monthly in exchange for allowing direct payments. Many governors are reportedly resisting the move over fears of losing control of the local government funds, although a few are open to the idea. Talks are ongoing, but progress remains stalled. Hear this. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAM, has uncovered 585 fake advanced level certificates submitted by candidates in 2025 alone. Registrar of JAM, Professor Ishak Oloide, made this shocking revelation during a virtual meeting with staff, stating that 4 suspects had already been arrested by the police and the investigations were ongoing. These fake certificates were mostly from the Interim Joint Matriculation Board IJMB program and were uploaded by some professional registration centers. Oloide emphasized that the Nigeria Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System, NIPSED, was created to tackle such issues, and investigations so far have revealed internal collaborators within institutions. He also condemned reported cases of extortion by CBT centers, warning that such corruption undermined the credibility of the system. JAM continued its crackdown to maintain the integrity of Nigeria's tertiary education admissions. To this one, the Lagos State Police Command has dismantled a baby factory at Ijegu, rescuing 10 victims and arresting 3 suspects in the process. Acting on a tip-off, officers raided the premises and apprehended the prime suspect, 35-year-old Miriam Vincent, alongside Orie Ruth, 23 years old, and Ujonwa Ifeanyi, 18. Among the rescued were 3 children aged 5, 7, and 2, along with 7 adult women. The victims were reportedly kidnapped from different parts of Lagos State to run the illegal operation. Police spokesman Benjamin Hundeyin confirmed that the rescued individuals were receiving proper care and support. The suspects have confessed to the crime and would face prosecution. In a broader crackdown, the police have arrested 39 suspects in 2 weeks for crimes including kidnapping, rape, vandalism, and illegal possession of firearms. We'll go on a break and return with business news. Welcome back. In business, we can tell you that Nigeria's 2025 budget is under fresh pressure following a sharp drop in global crude oil prices, which fell to $64 per barrel due to geopolitical tensions and tariff battles involving the United States and China. Analysts say the budget, based on a $75 per barrel benchmark price and daily production of 2.06 million barrels, is now at risk, with a significant revenue gap likely. Crude oil accounts for more than 50% of the projected 34.8 trillion naira national income. While this drop poses serious challenges for government spending, fuel marketers see a silver lining, expecting a potential cut in petroleum prices at filling stations. Major marketers note the situation is dire but reversible if geopolitical tensions eased. Industry experts have called on the government to explore alternatives for revenue and cushion the impact on the economy. Another break, and then we'll return with foreign news. Welcome back. In foreign news, South Korea has announced June 3rd as the date for its next presidential election, following the impeachment of former President Yoon Suk-yeol. Prime Minister Han Duck-soo, currently acting as president, made the announcement, assuring that the election will be free, fair and transparent. Yoon was removed from office after a failed attempt to declare martial law and use military force to suppress dissent in parliament. Opposition leader Lee Jae-myung is currently leading in the polls with a significant margin over other contenders, including Labour Minister Kim Moon-soo. Lee's party controls the National Assembly, and his popularity has surged despite past legal issues. The winner would be inaugurated immediately after the election, skipping the usual 2-month transition period. South Korea is also grappling with recent disasters and trade tensions with the US, adding weight to the upcoming vote. We'll go on a break, return with sports. Welcome back. In sports news, let's tell you that Napoli and Manchester United are reportedly in advanced discussions over the transfer of Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen, with the Italian club ready to offer a discount to avoid strengthening domestic rivals like Juventus. Napoli's director is in London for negotiations, and United have identified Osimhen as their top transfer target for the summer window. The striker, whose release clause is now €75 million, may be available for less to Premier League clubs. Osimhen previously missed out on moves to Saudi Arabia and Chelsea. Reports say Chelsea also held talks, but United are currently leading the race. Despite their current struggles, Osimhen is open to joining United, especially as the club seeks to rebuild its attacking options following a poor goal scoring season. On that note, we end Biscon TV News, compiled and produced by Favor Ajagbe. I am Jones Hussein. Many thanks for watching.
Thank you.
verify that I don't only mean new leaders of countries in Africa. I have a broader scope for the new leadership of Africa. The new leadership of Africa includes leaders of business and industries, leaders of religions and faiths, leaders of community and civil society organizations, leaders of media, the family, etc. This broad definition of leadership incorporates every one of those groups who has the ability to shape the attitude and direction of a group of people. But new leadership are not necessarily calling for the leaders of Africa to be young or below the age of 50. I'm talking about a new leadership philosophy, a new passion, a new attitude, a new approach to leadership that recognizes first and foremost we in Africa have been largely behind in the race of development. And as Martin Luther King once said, quote, he who gets behind in a race must forever stay behind or run faster than the man ahead of him. So, the new Africa years, the new leaders of Africa who are impatient with slow economic growth, impatient with the slow pace of job creation in their countries or the world. That's all. Impatient with the scourge of corruption. The new Africa yearns for leaders in politics, business, and level who have of Africanness worldview and a strong passion for development, not only for their individual countries or regions, but for the continent as well. The new leaders of Africa must be seriously troubled with the nationally low rate of intra-African trade and investment. We in Africa trade, or to some extent, are more integrated as countries out of our continent than with countries within our continent. Yes, the 24th of January 1, of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA, with the aim to foster intra-African trade by eliminating trade barriers and boosting economic integration, was a giant step forward. And the new leaders of Africa was working to quicken the pace for the actualization of the vision and objectives of the AFCFTA. Last week, I joined the President, His Excellency Joseph Newman Walker, at the launch in Nigeria of the Pan-African Payments Settlement System Pact that now makes it possible for traders across the continent to purchase goods and services using their local currencies and not firstly purchasing the US dollars or the British pound or other currencies that we don't use money. That was happening. That is part of the new leadership of Africa that we talked about. The new leadership of Africa was working to improve travel across the country. I spent 10 hours coming from Nigeria or Monrovia to Lagos. The actual flight time is just 2 hours. So I spent, my wife and I and my sister, we spent 8 extra hours coming from beautiful life gatherings, we usually say time is money. And so when you waste time, you waste money. So by that logic, 8 hours of my time is wasted. So if you want to account for it, you know, go a pastor is an accountant. I have to have an accountant. So the accountant will give a thought of what you wasted, the amount of money that you wasted. So the new leaders of Africa must integrate the company, make sure that Africans can travel across Africa more seamlessly, more conveniently, in a short period of time. The new leaders of Africa must be committed. This is ambitious, but it's achievable. We're having a single African passport. And scrapping visa restrictions for African traveling in Africa. The new leaders of Africa must also work and be committed to having a single African currency. Work for a stronger political and economic union for Africa. Some that company say, it is far-fetched. It is not possible. But the question is, or the answer is, Europe has achieved. If Europeans can move seamlessly across Europe, why we Africans cannot move seamlessly across Africa? Some will say we are too divided. We are too different. But Europe, 2 years ago, some of the countries that are not united were fighting wars. The Germans on one side and the British on the other. You know, they were the reason why World War II started. But in spite of that, they recognized that what unites them is stronger than what divides, and they are comfortable. So we in Africa should not be pessimistic. We should take a defeatist posture. If Europe can achieve these, we can achieve. And this is the time to think like that. This is the time when we are being treated by some that we've been wishing on them. Africa must be troubled, impatient, and to some extent vexed. This is the time for us to take our brothers more seriously. We in Liberia will look for trade, and I'm happy as a Minister of Finance to see our Nigerian business working regularly in Liberia than to see other places. So we will work. When I was coming to this occasion, my brother Jerry called me and said, look Nigeria, when you saw my dress before. Well, I'm African. I can look Nigerian anytime. Let me look back anytime. Because we are one. When I come to Nigeria, I see that I'm African. So, friends and police, this day and age, when the global powers recalibrate their priorities, is on recalibrate their priorities. This is the time that we should stand shoulder to shoulder. Turning our restored and restless youth into a force that doesn't just survive, but thrives. Most fundamentally, the new leadership of Africa means recognizing that what AA can build a hospital, through the good governance and sustain our healthcare system. While our foreign investment must construct a road, through the visionary leadership can show it leads to more lasting prosperity.
Please keep clapping, keep clapping.
And join us shortly to start the panel discussion. Chief Owen Obaseki, Dr. Ifeanyiwa Owakwezi, Executive Chairman, and Mr. Shani Peters. Thank you very much, sirs and class, for joining us. And as we get more, Mr. Jude Chiameka, Chief Executive Officer.
Natural resources that we have in abundance to begin to convert our potential to true greatness that we have in us. And so, in terms of path of prosperity, I think one of the ways we can actually actualize this is to have a well-developed capital market. A well-developed capital market will allow our SMEs that form the base of our economy to be able to raise capital seamlessly, utilizing technology, and at the same time, we will provide opportunity for the many investors that we have to be able to benefit from these SMEs as they scale their businesses. And I think that access to capital is a key ingredient that will really lead us to the prosperity that we all see. That said, I believe that the current government is making the right reforms. We just need to pay more attention to what is being done and also provide, give them the benefit of doubt in terms of all the various reforms that we are seeing. Just from the statistics point of view, before elections, the percentage of international investment in Nigeria was down to 4%. In 2023, Africa came up to 11%. That is, international investors that invest in Nigeria. Last year, Africa closed at 15%. So there's traction. And I believe that with time, all the reforms will kick in, and we can begin to see a true path, not just in democratic Nigeria, but also in prosperous Nigeria. Thank you for your time and congratulations once again. Today, it is very thoughtful, not probably as much as expected, something to say two words about what it is. In honor of us, I said my life is a very wonderful man. It means that faith and commitment to national development continues to follow us. This thing is a very powerful prosperity. It puts family and possession. As a nation, we stand at the crossroads of more than the land, shaping country for for sustaining development in the country. Nigeria, of course, possesses the long holiness of fire, of prosperity, and abundance of natural resources, the resilient and dynamic population, and the emerging technological and entrepreneurial landscape. Yet, the past needs to transition this potential and it's not they look very different. They were looking and I do have to be the last it's somebody who can difficult that can be problematic and challenging the global